Hi, everyone. Klaus is being very needy right now. So he's probably going to be just going back and forth for a bit here. He gets in this mood every once in a while, and we don't usually capture at this time of day. So very exciting. But here he is. Hello. Welcome. Hi, Sam. Yay. I'm glad people are joining. I know this was scheduled kind of last minute. We talked about it being Sunday, like the last live stream we did, but I didn't actually get it scheduled. I was at like a barbecue all day yesterday. And then on the way home, I was like, uh-oh. Hi, Marcella. Hi, Amelia. Hi, Maria. Okay. So how were I know you may have already told me from other streams, but in case you haven't, or you hadn't finished it, or you actually still might not have finished it, how are your May reads going for TBR Spin? I must know. What was mine? Horror Store. It was good. I know I've already talked about that. But yeah, it was good. I liked like the ending of it quite a bit. It felt a little slow at the beginning, but it overall had a good time. I can't remember what I rated it, probably like 3.5 or something. Oh, thanks, Amelia. Yes, please don't forget to like the video. That really helps. I have a cat stomping across me too. It's got to happen. Usually this time it's Zuko. They have very specific schedules for when they get needy. It's usually Klaus right up until breakfast. Then he gets fed breakfast, passes out somewhere. And this is him post breakfast. So usually he would be just dead asleep somewhere. And then Zuko comes in and just is all over me. I really enjoyed my May pick. Awesome. Still reading my April book. Totally fair. Still have to pick mine up. How are your April reads? How did they go? I'm getting used to keeping the last / second to last Sunday free for TBR Spin and then TBR Trail later. You know what? That's pretty perfect, actually. I'm also getting more used to it. It's the other ones where I'm like, oh, shoot. Like, when am I going to be able to fit in time to stream besides the TBR Spin one? But yeah, now like the last, typically last Sunday, but yeah, sometimes second to last Sunday. Can't remember what I read, fair. Read Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. Is that the full title? V.E. Schwab arc on NetGalley. Loved it. I do also have my arc on NetGalley that I do need to read. Actually, speaking of upcoming releases, this is very exciting. This came yesterday. It's Riley Sager's With a Vengeance. I'm so excited. I have requested the new Riley Sager 2 times now and have not gotten it, which is fair. But I decided to try again this year and I got it and it was so cute. It came with a little ticket that goes along with it and a little pin. And I'm so excited about it. I also really, really like the spine, which I hadn't seen anywhere. So, but now I just really want to be reading that. Read my May book, good, but Blurb made it sound more unhinged than it was. Some people just don't read enough unhinged books, so they don't know. Let me fix my lights. I need to have another light on. I'm reading Autobiography of Red. It's only 150 pages and 100% verses. Wow, I have a hard time with that. I try, but I have a hard time. There we go. There's the light. Halfway in my May read. I'm a mood reader. I read a lot, but I read a lot, but not the TBR Spin one. Yeah, that's fair. I did not read a lot in May. I'm still working on, I think, the book that I was in the middle of the last time that obviously I read Infinite Jest the last time we sprinted, but outside of that, I was reading as well. The Will of the Many. I've gotten a lot further in it, and actually I've been obsessed, and now I'm further than this because I read for a while on my Kobo last night. I'm obsessed with this book. I'm having so much fun reading it and just reading in general. So I know last time I was struggling with like possibly a bit of a reading slump. We did it. We're past it. I forget my April read. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I know my April read. I have all of the books that I've read. This is why I always look over. I have all of the books that I've read from the beginning of the year forward in order on like my bottom shelves so that I can remember. This won't always be able to happen though, because eventually I'm not gonna have enough room on my shelves to like keep them all year, but it works for now. Okay, was it The City We Became? That looks like my last TBR spin book that's up there. I guess it was January, February, March, April. No. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, The Midnight Library. That's what mine was. I totally forgot about that. I forgot that was a TBR spin book. I hope to finish my April book today. All right, we're rooting for you. I read Brown Girl in the Ring for May, which is huge because it's been on my TBR since 2020. Love to hear it. Most of my TBR spin has been on my TBR since 2020, which are the oldest books on my list. I don't know that I know that one though. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you talking about this. Yeah, because it's already on my TBR on Storygraph, my unknown TBR. That's when you know. I've been adding books to my TBR spin challenge on the Storygraph, but I have not been reading in general. Totally fine. I will try to catch up over the next few months. Hi, Nadeem. Good morning. Or good. I know everybody's everywhere. Good morning. It's good morning for me, but there's a lot of other time zones going on. I'm reading The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, I still have not read that, and that feels like a crime being like a sci-fi fan and not having read that one. I'm currently reading The Assassin's Blade by Sarah J. Maas. Yeah, I'm curious about that one because I have a love-hate relationship with ACOTAR. I still haven't read the most recent book from that, but I think there's starting to be talk about her publishing the next book. And so I kind of want to read the last book in order to, I don't know. I liked the second book. And every other book has been kind of meh for me. Or like active dislike. Like the first book was active dislike. Insane that I continued reading the series. But I do think that the Assassin's Blade series sounds more fun and more up my alley, I think. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Oh, that's right. Cursed Bunny in April. More fitting for this month's theme. Yeah, for sure. Reading Big Beautiful Life today. Nice. Something light after a challenging few weeks to start my annual leave. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that came up at the library for me, but I was like, oh, let me push that back a little bit. I'm not ready. I have too much reading that I meant to do. I'm so behind on like the books that I wanted to read and when I wanted to read them. But I'm trying not to think about it. Because I'm really truly just having fun reading The Will of the Many. And then I think I'm going to read My Friends by Frederick Bachman next because I'm most excited about it. And then I think I'm going to push off all of my other reading responsibilities and read With a Vengeance. It comes out on June 10th. Oh, wait. Yeah, June is okay. That's next month. For a second, I thought that was 2 months from now. That's next month. Yeah, I would like to read it somewhat near the publication date. Totally TBR spin unrelated. I'm currently reading One Day Everyone Will Always Have Been Against This by Omar El-Akkad, and I want everybody to read it. I had that actually. I think that's on like a pause from the library for me because I did request it and I know that it came up. So but yeah, I was just once again not ready for it. Listen to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It started on the radio before. Oh, that's right. I did know that about that. Yeah, that does sound like a great idea. Hitchhikers is really delightful so far and seems great for the reading slump. Apparently, it's a great day to read because it's the 25th of May for me, and apparently that means something in the lore called Towel Day. How perfect. I don't know what Towel Day is, but I like that like matched up. I love when that happens in books. There was a book I read just recently where I got to see like the actual date that I was reading it while I was reading, and that was very exciting. Was it? I think it might have been Parable of the Sower actually. Because I read that in 2024 and it starts in 2024, I think, but like it's written to be in the future. How did I miss Towel Day? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to read this before next May so that I can so that I can know the lore. Okay, I don't have any of the windows open that I need open. It's also Memorial Day weekend here in the US, which basically just means that we have a 3-day weekend. Yay. So I don't have work tomorrow, which is very exciting. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, I need to remove the prompt from last month. Okay, I really want to swap this month. I think it's just because we've gotten so far into TBR spin and haven't gotten a swap, which seems crazy. I can't speak today. I haven't had any of my tea yet. I'm going to blame that. Also, I'm using my book mug. I feel like I reference this mug all the time during TBR spin sprints, and I never have it to like. I feel like I should just have it if I'm talking about any of the books that exist on it. The Stephen Fry audio version. Okay, yes, love Stephen Fry. Finished my May book, The Dangers of Smoking in Bed. Oh, by Marina Enriquez. Oh my gosh, cannot talk. And now working on The Spear Cuts Through Water by Simon Jimenez. I don't know that one, but I loved The Dangers of Smoking in Bed. I still haven't read the other book that she had come out in English. It's the thick one. I always think about buying it at a bookstore and I never do. Sam, swap. We can, yeah, let's all put the energy out there. Okay. I am going to bring up the wheel. Okay. Let's do, yeah, that's good. Okay. Our Share of Night. Yes, that's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you. I really like that, but most people find it sloggy. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's one of those that I know I'm gonna read someday. Okay, yes. We're manifesting a swap. Okay, here we go. Out of the way. It doesn't look like it's gonna be a swap. Oh, okay, this might be really easy for a lot of people. A book by an author you've never read before. I feel like that literally opens up all of the books I have, except for Bret Easton Ellis. That's right. Okay, that's just absolutely no guidance, unless yours is filled with people that you've already read. Okay, let's see what my options are. And let's put that up on a banner so that people can see it. Okay. There we go. Oh, nice. Only one book in my stack counts. Best Friend's Exorcism it is. Oh, I'm excited to hear what you think about that one because that's one that I sometimes I'm like, yeah, I definitely want to read it. And sometimes I'm like, no, it's not for me and I can't decide. Yep, that is literally all the books on my stack. Yeah, you can always sometimes I'm like, maybe I should take a random number generator if there's like too many options. I'm pretty sure I have read the only author that I've read before has been Bret Easton Ellis. Have I read anything by Michelle Alexander? I don't think so. I guess I need to Google. I have like a weird feeling that, okay, this is all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Okay. Then yeah, that's the, Bret Easton Ellis is the only author that I haven't read from. Well, I don't know what I want to read. A Happy Place would count and seems more thematically appropriate. It's a good time of year to read that one. It's all the books on my list except one. I'm going to wait for prompts for TBR Trail and see if I can use any of those for my stack. That's smart. I might do a random number generator because I don't feel like picking. Part of me just wants to do the perks of being a wallflower, but it's for the most superficial reason. It's just because I hate that on my bookshelf it is so much longer, there we go, than all the other books, and it annoys me. So I kind of want to get it off the stack for that reason alone. But also I like the random chance of it all. Okay, I'm going to pick up my first Clarice Lispector. Oh, we were talking about that in the last sprint. The Hour of the Star, and my first Ocean Vuong. I never know if I'm pronouncing their last name right. The Emperor of Gladness, as everyone seems to have loved it. Yeah, I have on Earth. On Earth, we were briefly gorgeous or something. I have that one, but I haven't read it yet. I have picked Visitation by Jenny Erpenbeck. Erpenbeck? I don't think I know that one. Oh, Safekeep. Okay. I do really want to know. I want to hear about that one. I want to hear about your reading experience with that one. Even if you don't end up picking it this time, please do share, because I think I had that and then I unhauled it when I was moving because I had so many books. And so I got rid of like all the ones I was like not 100% sure I wanted to read, but I still think about it sometimes. Okay, I'm looking at Visitation. Great cover. Love a good cover. By the side of a lake, a young architect builds the house of his dreams. Does it get spooky? It almost seems like it should get spooky. Oh, spooky in like a realistic way. Oh, I mean, it sounds really good. Oh, and it's short too. Okay. The Jewish neighbors disappear one by one. The Red Army requisitions the house, burning the furniture and trampling the garden. Oof. Oh, that sounds really good. I'm excited to hear what you think, Sonia. I read The Hour of the Star earlier this year and really enjoyed it. Oh, good. I have a cat book from an author that I've never read before. I'm tempted. We'll prescribe you a cat. That's a great name for a book. Oh, Home Fire by Camilla Shamsi. I've owned this since it came out. That was one of my oldest books on my TBR, but I have, in fact, read it. Actually, I think that was a TBR spin from last year, I want to say. Maybe not. It might have been on my list, but I didn't read it for TBR spin, and then I ended up reading it later. I'll be reading She is Haunted. Ooh, I don't think I've heard of that one either. Is this Paige Clark? I love like the muted pink covers of books. Oh, another short story collection. You were crushing it with those. Actually, I've started liking them again too. Oh, they sound fun, and also a little unhinged. I'll definitely report back about the Safekeep. I'm excited. Yeah, I hadn't heard much about it either. That was a big part of why. And I think I read something else by her that I didn't love. And so that was like the sticking point for me. But it also sounded like something that I would have, I don't know. I have like FOMO for my own decisions sometimes, you know? Okay, Sam loved Safekeep. So we might be we might be in a good place. Oh, Chlorine by Jade Sung. I do really want to read that one. Oh, Visitation is their best. Okay, we got Visitation fans. Okay, I've already put it on my story graph. TBR. Oh, Marie's planning on reading the Safekeep next month. Nice. Yeah, I'm usually crap with short story collections. Only have shorties and short stories and essays on my current TBR spin list. Nice. Sometimes you need to do that though to get them to actually get yourself to read them. That's what I should have done, honestly, because I feel like I always drag my feet with starting short story collections because they kind of feel like, oh, I can just read them whenever. I don't know. I don't know where that mindset comes from, but it just means that I continue to push them off. But I've been loving Amor Tolls' short story collection, Table for Two, which I do really have to finish because I got it from the library. And then I have another one that I'm planning on reading soon. I can't remember what it is now, though. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of, who am I thinking of? Who's the author of Cursed Bread? That's who I'm thinking of. That's Sophia McIntosh. Oh, I think I just DNF'd another book by Sophie McIntosh at the same, not DNF'd, but unhauled when I was moving. It was another book that I unhauled for similar reasons as The Safekeep. And so now the two authors are the same person in my mind. They are not. I'm reading an old The Lessons by Naomi Alderman. Oh, yeah, the author of The Power. It has the same feel as The Secret History, but not quite as gripping. Interesting. Ooh, okay. I wasn't as big of a fan of The Power as I wanted to be, if that makes sense. It took me a long time to read, which granted at the time I was not reading as much as I'm reading now. Like I hadn't started my channel. I was just like in a book club, and then I would read, maybe one or two books outside of reading monthly for the book club. And like, that was it. But I do remember thinking like, this one's taking me a long time. And I really thought I was going to love this one, but I just had a harder time with it. I wouldn't mind trying something else by her though. Curious to see how I'll feel about it. Yeah, I am curious after seeing Amelia DNF to The Safekeep. Oh, that's just a correction to, okay. Okay. So I think everybody's picked their books. Oh, except for me. I haven't picked my book. Okay, I'm gonna do a random number generator. That's what we're doing for me because I can't make decisions. Okay, so we're taking Bret Easton Ellis out of it because I read The Shards, and that leaves what, 6 books? Okay. Should I share? I'll share. I'll share so you can all see. Do. There we go. Okay. This is the lineup. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2. The Help. Okay. Yeah, it's time. This has been on my TBR for so very long. And I feel like, I don't know, I read some article about somebody that had read this recently, and it made me not want to read it as much. But it is on my 100 books bucket list, I think. Or is it just the movie that's on the movie poster? Some of the things I got just because it's on the movie poster, but I wanted to read the book first. I know for sure that The Perks of Being a Wallflower is one of those. But We'll see. We'll see. I really like the ideas and the power, but not so much the execution. Yeah, I think that that's about where I fell because I really thought that I was gonna love that book, and then I just was like, eh. I think I could just see the twist coming from afar. Yeah, for sure. And I also found the dialogues quite annoying, but that's more of a me thing. I have Oh, is this for Safekeep? This is for Safekeep. Oh, I do have a hard time with dialogue, if it's not written very well. Ooh, okay. I like The Help. It's a book I flew through. Okay, that makes me feel better. If I can at least read it quickly, I'll be happy. And I might end up liking it because I think the article I read was more the criticisms like outside. It wasn't like the book itself, if that makes sense. I think it was more culturally related and more about the movie, book to movie, I'll say. Okay, cool. Now I need to get our fun little Flocus up. What's everybody reading? If you're not reading your TBR spin book, because I know everybody. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind reading The Will of the Many, but I am going to start this because I need to keep up this great habit that I've gotten through doing these streams. Okay, and we want there. Perfect. Okay, I'm actually starting to get excited. I also really like the feel of this paperback. Maybe that's why I'm getting excited. Ooh, Marcella. I'm reading a Dutch book. Days of Glass. Very beautifully written. Oh, nice. I get jealous sometimes when when I'm unsure if a book has been translated that you're reading. Probably going to read What Will It Take for Me to Leave by Lorraine Vella. It's my reading around the world pick for Malta. Nice. Ooh, today I was reading The Devil by Joe Abercrombie, but for the sprint, I pick up my TBR spin book. Oh, nice. So you do like me. I have the arc of that. And I just watched, was it Becca's video reading that one? And it made me a little concerned for actually reading it. But I think I've never read Joe Abercrombie before, so I think I'll have fun just discovering what I think of his writing and everything. So we'll see. My April book is Fear of Flying by Erica Jong. It's an early white feminist classic from 1973, and it is very problematic, but I can see why it was such a scandal and important at the time. Yeah, I do. There are quite a few books that are like that, but it does seem like, I don't know. I do like reading the books that are super impactful on like society at the time or just writing in general. What Will It Take for Me to Leave is one of my favorites last year. Oh, nice. Love that one. Oh, and another short story collections. Don't Start with the Devils as your first book. Uh-oh. Which one would you recommend to start with? Because I do have the arc for it on NetGalley, but I have been very tentative after, because it wasn't even just Becca's video. It was like other things I've been reading. So I'm like, wait, am I not going to like this writing like at all? Okay. You don't have to say now, though. We should probably start reading. Okay, Heroes. I'm putting it down. And we'll start with that. If I don't like it, I'm not even doing the Devils. Okay. Okay, we should get reading. We're ready. It's happening. Maybe next month we'll get a swap. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. Talk to you in 40 minutes. Okay, first reading sprint done. How are we feeling? Oh, excuse me. I made it 17 pages in. I had a hard time like getting into it. I think there's just something about knowing that it's like a white lady writing in Ebonics. It's a little bit hard to get past initially, but I think I finally got to the point where I'm like, okay, like this is the character. Like I can just focus on that. And I also did update the Storygraph challenge, which I put in the chat. If you want to add your book in there, or if you haven't joined it yet, feel free. We have over 100 people, over 100 participants in it, which is exciting. I think that that's the most that we've ever had. So yay. Okay. Still trudging through the Spectre collection, 200 pages left, and might break it up with 24/7 by Jonathan Crary. That makes sense. Although 200 pages left, you are getting there. You are getting close. That's great to hear. Oh, it was so hard to get my hands on. What was it? No, it wasn't The Devils. What will it take for me to leave? That's what it is. I've read 2 stories so far and really liked them. Oh, good. Got that book while you were visiting the UK. Haven't seen it around there either. Wow. Okay. So I wonder. Okay, I'm pretty sure the publisher only sells to the UK and Malta. I tried ordering from my local bookstore and it was impossible to get. Wait, why do I want to read this so bad now? In the end, I ordered from a UK bookstore that ships abroad. Interesting. I had to, I mean, it wasn't because they didn't sell the books here, but there was like a couple books that I was trying to get. I was trying to get the book following The Fool's Errand. What is that? The Golden Fool, I think, in the Robin Hobb universe. Because I knew I was going to have to read it soon. So I wanted that. I wanted Dungeon Crawler Carl, and it's sold out everywhere because everywhere has like the next books in the series, but not the first book because I think it just blew up too much. So I had to order books for the first time in a while. I've been doing a good job of like just going to bookstores, which I have so many around me now that like, I'm like, okay, I have no excuse. In Florida, there was like one bookstore that was very far away that reliably had the books outside of Barnes and Noble. Like for the most part, I could typically go to a Barnes, but I prefer not to. I prefer to shop local when I can. But here there's so many that I always try to do that first. But I went to so many bookstores and I was having no such luck. I've never seen anyone else read it, so I'm happy to hear that the only person I've met who has read it really loved it. Yeah, that's always a good sign. Read up to page 107 of Great Big Beautiful Life. Hope you're liking it. Read 12 pages. Nice. 3 short stories done. And oh my God, it's so good. Oh, yay. Okay, this is a short story collection you were reading last week. Nice. It's exciting. I've read 50 pages, but 150 more to go. 50 pages, though, in 40 minutes. I feel like that's really good. I got one phone call after another. I read 2 pages. You know, it happens. I was having a hard time like honing in, but I think I got there in the end. Like so much so that I was like getting into it and I was like, oh, I don't really want to break. With her short stories, I want to read, but her sentences are so good. And too often they stop me in my tracks. Ooh, that is high praise. Read about 50 pages. Okay, you guys are crushing it. I feel like I usually read like 30 to 40 pages a sprint. I guess it really depends on the book. And maybe I'm just always reading books with more. But yeah, this time was only 17 pages. But I was very distracted. So hopefully this next one will be more telling for how long it'll take. I am happy to finally be reading this book because, yeah, I have... I don't know if I've talked about this before, but I put in the beginning of my books like a little tab that with the month and the year that I got them in, just because I like knowing how long books have been on there. I've started trying to do it in a spreadsheet instead so that I don't have to use so many little tabs. But I've had this one since June of 2020. So definitely one of my oldest. But it has to be like my second or third oldest on my bookshelf. So that is when I saw that I was like, okay, I'm really happy that I'm finally getting to this. And it's already making me really want to watch the movie because I really want to there is a lot of like good descriptors and I feel like I'm getting a good visual sense. But now I want to actually see it. And I've seen like the movie posters like a million times, but about halfway through Autobiography of Red, I'm enjoying it more and more. It's certainly weird. Good. Good, I think. I mean, good you're enjoying it. I think good that it's weird as well. Oh, wow. Autobiography of Red is one of my favorite books of all time. Nice. I'm assuming this is asking me. I'm reading The Help by Catherine Stockett. That is the book that I got from TBR Spin. Really could have been all but one of them. The only author that I'd already read on my stack was Bret Easton Ellis. But then I did a random number generator for the other 6 books that I had. I've just started The Starving Saints by Caitlin Starling. I don't think I know that one. Okay, I wanted to look up that one, and also I want to look up the Autobiography of Red. Oh my gosh. I want this book cover as art. Fiction, fantasy, historical, horror, LGBTQIA+. Okay, that's going on my to read shelf. It's getting long. Also, can we talk about how we are not far off from Booker? Is it end of June that they are doing? Okay, Booker Prize. I feel like I look this up all the time and I can never remember. Let's see. Oh no, it's the end of July. It's the 29th of July. Just kidding. We still have some time. You know what? That's for the best. There's a lot of books that I really want to read before Booker. Oh, tabbing a lot. Always a sign of a good book. Okay, I do want to try this one now. This is the one that you said is fully in verse. Oh, both an unconventional recreation of an ancient Greek myth and a wholly original coming-of-age story set in the present. Ooh, I do usually have a really hard time with things that are based off Greek myths specifically, which is so crazy because that was like my favorite in history class when we would get to Greek myths. But I think that's just because it was the most story-like that we would get. I was so close to finishing that international Booker shortlist, and then the winner was announced. I had 2 left. No. Yeah, I'm doing it this year. I'm doing a Booker this year. Obviously, international Booker's over. Although I do still have some books from international Booker that are on my want to read. I almost bought one the other day, but it was still in hardcover, so I'm waiting. Beginning was slow, but it was charming. Okay, good to know. Oh, my holds didn't come in time. That stinks when that's when that's the reason. If the Booker long list is as good as the international one, I won't be in trouble with my TBR. Yeah, honestly, I've been getting too many books. I'm having a hard time. And I keep telling myself, like, remember, you're doing Booker this year. You can't be going crazy like this. Is this infinite? You're just so. Oh yeah, that's another thing because I like the idea of doing reading sprints specific for Booker, like where I'm reading the Booker books, but also now I have this whole infinite jest reading sprints thing going. So I'm gonna have to figure out time wise. I might just end up doing some on work days, but after work, I feel like that just might have to be the case. And I think that that'll help me like push through. I like starting books on streams because I think that that's generally when I have the hardest time concentrating on a book. And if I'm in this, then I know that I'm going to, you know? But yeah, only 10% of the way into Infinite Jest, so have a while to go. I was briefly considering doing another reading sprint tomorrow at the same time because it's Memorial Day and I don't have to work, but also I am so far behind on editing so many things and I need to just focus on that. I guess technically I could stream and do that where I'm just editing the whole time. That would also work. Okay, but I'm actually very excited to get back into this because some information just got dropped and I'm excited to see, not excited to see how it falls, but I want to see the reactions and where we have to go from here. There's already a woman I hate in this book. I can't stand her with a burning passion, and it was impressive how quickly the author got me there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another 40 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Okay. Another 40 minutes. I made it to page 40. So not that much better, actually, than the first sprint. Oh, well, what can you do? But it is getting good. Oh, Zuko's meowing at me for attention. You're going to have to come over here, though, bud. Hi, Sarah. Just joined and starting from the beginning to see the spin. Then we'll watch live. We've been out for my son's birthday today. Oh, yeah. Good news. We got our missing cat back and she's fine. I'm so happy that you found her and that she's back where she should be. And that she's okay. Nothing happened. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, Part of Your World by Abby Jimenez. I'm so excited to read it. I still have yet to read an Abby Jimenez, but I do want to. They have a couple at my local bookstore, but they're all new. It's a used bookstore, but they do have like new books there too. And most of the stuff is used, but I feel like whenever I like look at something, I'm like, oh, it's new, and I keep like waiting for things to come in. Also, I need to stop buying so many books. Oh yeah, true. And happy birthday to your son. Just a couple of pages left. Yay. Great news. Finished a cup of coffee and read another 15 pages. Nice. I know I am. Curtis is sleeping in today because usually he gets up and then he makes coffee. I make coffee every once in a while, but he is usually the coffee person. I have my tea, but it is right down there at the bottom. I might make another cup of tea. Cat's back. Yay. I got The Help for my pick, which really I could have had any of 6 of my 7 books could have counted, but then I used a random number generator to pick from there because I really did not feel like picking for myself. But it's been going well so far. It took me a second to get into it, but now there's more perspectives. I thought it was just going to be the perspective that we had at the beginning, but then during this last reading sprint, I got another perspective as well. So I'm pretty happy with that. It seems like they're gonna try for some like institutional change, which would be really great, but it hasn't. It's just been like hinting at it. And actually looking at the back of the book now, it does make sense. I guess does anybody else only read the first half of synopses? Because that's what I do. And then I don't read the second half. And then at some point I look at it and I'm like, oh, they talked about this in the synopsis. This was a surprise to me. Oh, just finished All the Colors of the Dark this morning. So I'm excited to pick up a new book for the next section of the reading sprint. Nice. Not sure what to choose yet, though. Ooh, that's always a fun decision to make. Oh, yeah. I am so excited to. The Will of the Many has been going so well that it's like all I can think about. And I'm like sad at the idea of finishing it. But then I've got a lot of books I'm really excited about. And obviously the Will of the Many is quite lengthy. So I know that like it will be, I don't know. I don't want it to end though. But the next book comes out in November, I think. So it's fine. It's fine. I've honestly only read one of the authors still on my shelf. I think I'll go with Gilead. I'm a little behind on my other spins, but I'm making my way through. Sounds great and totally fine. You know, things happen. Yeah, last year, pretty sure I read 2 of the books. I was a very bad reading challenge host last year. But this year, much better. haven't missed a book. Just added The Summer Without Men by Siri Hustved. maybe. As I've heard great things about her books and have a few in my shelves. The Summer Without Men. I love the title. I'm looking it up. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I know anything by this author, actually. Oh, and I love stories that are about, like a restart in somebody's life, especially women. But, so this one day out of the blue, after 30 years of marriage, Mia's husband, a renowned neuroscientist, asked her for a pause. So it kind of sounds like that's what it's gonna be, like a nice restart, and I feel like is that what All Fours is about? I, got that sent, by the publisher recently, the paperback copy. I'm very excited about it, and I feel like I remember it being about that, but I feel like that was on so many people's favorites lists for last year. You need to read Abby Jimenez. She is even better than Emily Henry. Yeah, I was going to make a similar video that I did for Emily Henry last summer and do it for Abby Jimenez this summer. But I just feel like I have so much reading to do, and I've been really bad about reading the books that I've been buying. So buying all of those books has been the idea of doing it is like I feel like I'm going to put myself more behind. But that was my original plan that I was going to do this summer. And then I ended up doing a bunch of other things instead. But I do still really want to read Abby Jimenez. I might just do it maybe over like a much longer period of time, but still condense it into one video at the end and not like try to read them back to back like I did with Emily Henry. Because I also think that was really hard for me since I'm not much of a romance reader. I had a lot of fun and it was great for like the season, like doing it in the summer and everything. Actually, I think it was like this exact time last year that I started them because I remember our pool had just opened up in our neighborhood, and it opened up this weekend. So, but yeah, I do really, really want to read Abby Jimenez because everything I hear about her and her books and her synopses, like the synopses of the books, sound so good. Not much of a romance reader, but my sister forced me to read Part of Your World and ended up loving it. That's great. I do love that she also has like she has like a series, right? They seem very standalone-y, but is it like how most romance authors do series where it's just like other characters within like that you meet, but they aren't the main purpose of the story that you get in like the future books? I made dinner and switched back to the book by Omar El Akkad because it's due to the library in 2 hours. Oh no. I feel like you're always up against the clock, which fair, so am I. Oh, I love the help. Good. Yay. Yeah, I'm liking it so far. And I'm excited to see now that I'm like kind of getting more of a feel of like where it's going, I'm getting more excited about it. I loved our first perspective that we got, Aibileen. I really like her. And now I'm in Minnie's perspective and I'm liking her as well. And I really liked the way that it set her up, that it set her perspective up in Aibileen's portion. Yeah, it looks like things are going to go well for you, Sarah, because everyone loves Abby Jimenez. I find that US synopses seem to give away more than UK ones. Yes, I stop at the first half too. Sometimes they tell you what happens way too far into the book. Yeah, and it's tough because usually I use that for how much I want to talk about like plot-wise what happens in a book in like reviews of books. I'm like, oh, if it says it in the synopsis, then I feel fine saying it. But sometimes I still don't feel fine saying it because I never read the full synopsis. um, I can't even explain why. I guess, yeah, that is the reason. Or maybe I typically feel like I know within the first like paragraph. Usually it's like a 2-paragraph synopsis, and I usually know within the first paragraph whether or not I want to read it. Haven't gotten any reading done so far, working on my taxes. Yes, I know it's late. Yeah, we were working up to the wire on our taxes because I was dumb and I did my taxes individually, forgetting that but Curtis and I are like technically common law married. Like we're we haven't like had a wedding. And really we don't want one. We'll probably have one like just for our immediate family. Like my parents, my brother, his parents, his sister. Uh but that's it, just because neither of us really likes the whole thing, the whole spectacle, especially being the center of attention. I love going to other people's weddings. So fun. But anytime I think about it, like the day, the planning of it, any of it, I hate it. Um, so, but in Colorado, you can be common law married. And so we went and kind of like made that official, which you can technically do, which we really only had to do to get him on my health insurance. But because of that, I was like, oh, we can do our taxes together, which is better. And I stupidly did my own taxes beforehand. I was feeling so proud of myself, so ahead of schedule. And then he was like, hey, so like, when are we going to do our taxes? I was like, oh, shoot. So we had to do an amendment. It all worked out fine in the end, but we were doing it like the day the taxes were due here. I hate when whatever is mentioned in the synopsis only happens when you were like 80% of the way into the book. Actually, The Will of the Many, like the synopsis is mainly about something about what the story is like after 200 pages into the book. I think it was 200 pages in when we got to like what the synopsis was, but I was okay with that because you know that you're headed there basically the whole time. Like I would say maybe it takes like 30 pages to know like that's where we're headed. And so I was okay in that situation, but I did find it kind of surprising. But I was okay with it because I was just having a great time the whole time. I always avoid long form synopses and movie trailers. Same. I don't know if it's always been this way, but it feels like we're given entirely too much info. Yes. Yeah. Curtis and I often say to each other, everything's a spoiler. Like movie trailers are spoilers now. Book synopses are spoilers now. Yeah, I especially when it comes to like movies and TV shows, I try to know like nothing. Um, in fact, I was really excited because when we finally watched Severance, which was I think like maybe 2 months before season 2 was set to come out, um, I I knew the general idea, which I won't say because if you haven't seen it, I don't want you to know. But Curtis didn't know it, and so it wasn't until the end of the first episode that he like understood like what was going on. And that was just really wonderful. And I'm glad that he got to have that. I think that I needed to know it in order to be interested in watching it. I think it would have taken me way longer to watch it otherwise. But yeah, I prefer to know like absolutely nothing. For books, I like knowing a little bit, but that's more because it's like a much larger commitment. So in order to make that decision, it's harder. But I read so many synopses that I usually forget them by the time I read them anyway. I have Gilead for book club next week, so I'm about to start it too. Oh, nice. I love when people like happen to be reading the same books at the same time. I usually read the whole synopsis and end up forgetting most of it by the time of getting to read the book. Yes. Yeah. I think if I'm like shopping in a store for a book and I'm just like purely browsing, like finding things I'm interested in, then I'm more likely to read more of the synopsis. But yes, I forget it by the time that I have like these vague ideas of what it's about. And then I always, when I'm like filming a TBR, I'm like, okay, I need to like reread like the first half of the synopsis so that I can say what it's about because I don't remember why I bought this. Okay, you like their books in general. And The Summer Without Men is great. A good place to start with her books. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna have to read some of her books. Maybe I'll start with that one too. Or everything that happens in the blurb is happening within the first few pages of the book, and the rest of the book is something completely different. Yes, that is such a problem. What book was it? Reckless Girls, I think, had a blurb that happened immediately in the book and then like nothing. But the synopsis was something that I never even made it to in the book. I DNF'd that. That was a TBR spin book, that I DNF'd because I just couldn't. I never made it to what the synopsis was about. Like, and I made it, like, well over halfway through that before I just, like, absolutely could not. I read Gilead last year, liked it, but never continued the series. I feel like I've heard the first is better than the others, but I don't know, or maybe I'm thinking of Gideon the Ninth. I am. I'm thinking of Gideon the Ninth. Never mind. That's almost what I prefer. For as long as it's around the same themes, I'm cool with it, but yes, an app season can be kind of useless. Agreed. Do you ever, like, read, like, I feel like that just happened to me, where you, like, read the synopsis, like, after you've already started, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, that sounds really exciting. I can't wait to get to that." Like, I'm glad that that's in this book now that it's been set up for me. My main plan this year is reading my TBR down to 50 or below books. We'll see if it happens. That's a great plan. My plan was to get to lower than I started the year with, and guess what? I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know what happened. I felt like I was being so good. I think I found a better little library than the one that's right near me. I never get any books out of that little library. It's very rare. But then I found one that's, like, a few blocks away. I've now been putting all of my books in that one too, because honestly, they've just got the best quality books that are in there. Um, but now I go on walks and go by that little library, and there's so many that I wanna read that I keep finding. I found a Michael Crichton in there. I love Michael Crichton, so I had to pick up that one. I found I don't know how to pronounce his name. Colm Toibin? It's the Irish author. Hopefully we know who we're talking about, or who I'm talking about. I found Open Water in there. So many good books. And so I blame them, honestly, because I'll pick up almost anything if it's in a little library, especially if it's like, oh, it's an author that I've been wanting to try, you know? Ugh. All Fours is very different. Apart from not reflecting on the MC's privilege, I really liked it. Okay, good. Good to know. Oh, maybe some of her books for you. Yeah. I'm always really against the clock. That's because I usually go overboard with my library loans. Yeah, I've been having a problem with that as well lately. I'm staring at oh gosh, Wittgenstein. That sounded right. Biography that I have to read before my loan is up. Yeah, I've got my Amor Tolls book. Oh, I have another. Oh, no, wait, that's a different author. Just kidding. I was about to. I feel like I'm mixing up authors a lot today. I totally understand going overboard with library loans. Yes, absolutely. Yay. Okay, All Fours is really, really good. Yeah, I was very excited that they sent that to me because I saw it on so many lists, and then I once again briefly. Usually, though, Penguin, when they send out their things, they'll give like a tiny little synopsis about it. It's like maybe 2 sentences long, which I love, and so that's what I used to decide that I wanted that one. Plus, it being on so many best of lists. My goal has been getting my TBR down to 0 for years now. I feel like I'm doing really well at the start of the year, at the start and end of the year, but somewhere in the middle of the year, it goes badly. Yes, that's exactly what happens to me. I was doing so well at the beginning of the year. This was also my goal years ago, and then discovering booktube is what ruined me, because I had this goal of getting my TBR down to 0. I figured out like how many of the books on my TBR I would have to read in each month, and I was doing it for like a good half of the year, and I was really proud of myself. And I was also reading any new book that I bought during the month as well. And then I found booktube. And I got so many more books onto my shelf. And then I started a channel, and then it was like, it's gone. I usually don't mind reading the synopses, but I always ignore authors' blurbs because I know that they're mostly made up and either paid for or just done out of favor. Yeah. The number of blurbs that George R. R. Martin has on fantasy books that are basically the same blurb is hilarious to me. But yeah, I'll read them sometimes, but I don't take any seriousness with them at all. I remember one time there was a blurb that mentioned Kurt Vonnegut and I think it was Harry Potter, but this was long before. This is when I was still like unabashedly having a great time. We were all blissfully unaware of Rowling's thoughts and opinions and how much money she would put towards those thoughts and opinions. But I saw that in a book blurb and I was so excited. And it was in a single, and it mentioned Sherlock Holmes, which are at the time were like 3 of my like top tier stuff for me. And I read that book and I was like, what, where are these comparisons? Like, I don't see any of these comparisons literally anywhere. Me too. Our local council closed the libraries, and the community opened them as a free book cycle. Oh, it's great, but my TBR shelves are now bursting. That stinks that your local council closed the libraries. Oh. For me, getting my TBR down really started working when I had a clear vision on why I wanted to do it. That really motivated me, and I didn't buy any books for about 18 months. That's impressive. I think I just have a hard time when I want to do new stuff. I try to only buy now if it's for something that I'm doing. So like the Robin Hobb books, I'll buy. The Dungeon Crawler Carl I wanted to buy because the sci-fi reading group that I've been in for a long time. So that's Gemma is in that. Sandy from Miss Reads a Lot, Frasier from A Springboard Thought. And did I say Gemma's channel? Gemma's from Gem of Books. That's what it is, right? Now I'm second guessing myself. But we are all in a sci-fi reading group and have gotten through a lot of books and 2 series. And so we just finished the Expanse series, but now we are branching out into the world of fantasy, not sci-fi fantasy, just fantasy, and doing Dungeon Crawler Carl next month. So that one I wanted to buy because like I was definitely going to read it. So I've been trying to do that, but then the book library and then also getting books from publishers, that messes me up. So I'm trying to be better. I'm only requesting books that I like know for sure that I want to read. Like it was an easy pick doing With a Vengeance because like I know for sure that I want to read that. I'm so excited about it. I gave up on my goal of getting my TBR down to 0. I would be happy to see my stat go down to 100. I would also be happy for that. I think 50 is probably a good goal. Somebody's goal was 50, and I agree. Okay, yes. This 50 feels like a good number for me. I mean, I'd be happy if I made it to 100 because I started this year at 150, but we'll see. Where am I? I knew I was on an Amelia comment. Ooh, does anyone want to help me choose my next read? I need a short story break. The Dry Heart, Natalia Ginsburg. So you need a break with short stories or you need a break from short stories? Oh, yay, good. I really enjoyed Gender. I feel like I hear the best things about it. And it seems really fun. Is Mother Dead or the nonfiction that I mentioned, 24/7 by Jonathan Crary? Okay. We need help, everybody. And I think I figured out that I can't do a poll within StreamYard, but I can do it from the YouTube thing. So I'm going into that now. Okay, the problem is I should have looked up how to do this. Okay, good. Yeah, just start typing your votes while I figure this out. Okay, not on community. Okay, everybody might just have to type their things. I thought I'd figured this out, but clearly I have not. Oh, wait, maybe it's just because I can't see the bottom. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. I got it. Okay, so we have Is Mother Dead and 24/7. Was that the name of the other one? Yes. Boom. I did it. I did it. Everybody be proud. Okay, we do have some votes already though. But read some essays by her that I really loved. Nice. Amelia liked Is Mother Dead, but you'll know after 20 pages if it's for you. Ooh. Oh, because it's a completely stream of consciousness. Those books are so hit or miss for me. So yeah, that makes sense of knowing within 20 pages. Not familiar with any of those, but based on the title, I will say Is Mother Dead. Yeah, title, that one wins. Okay, and it looks like it's winning the poll as well. Yeah, by quite a bit. 77%. I think that says it. And then you can tell if it's for you right away. Okay. But let's go ahead and start our next reading sprint. I think we're all good with what we're reading. Yeah. Happy reading. Okay. How did that sprint go for everybody? I made some coffee, but I did listen to the audiobook while I was doing it for the most part. It was just ready from the library, so that was perfect. And I've gotten the third perspective that's in this book. I'm in that now, which I've been looking forward to seeing what their like home life was like. Also, Klaus really thinks it's lunchtime, and it's definitely not. Come here, buddy. Oh. He's just trying to lead me out to the kitchen. Yay, finished autobiography of read, loved it, got lunch. Nice. I'm glad it's relaxing. I do love a reading sprint. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask Stephanie, what are you thinking of your new book? I'm assuming you're reading Is Mother Dead because it won the poll, but even if you weren't, what are you thinking? 70% in. I'm sure I can finish it on time. It is so captivating. Nice. Yeah, what do you have? Like a little over an hour left on your loan? I read a bit of my Maespin book, The Stars and the Blackness Between Them, then listened to my audiobook tomorrow, then started Gilead for book club. Wow. That was a sprint of a lot of different books. What do you think of tomorrow's audiobook? Because I have that one on my TBR now, and I haven't heard, I don't think I've heard anything about the audiobook for it. I'm trying to remember if I listened to any of Gabrielle Zevin's other book. I don't think that I did. That was The Storied Life of AJ Fikry. I really liked that book, but I'm pretty sure I read it physically the whole time. So not that it necessarily has the same audiobook narrator, but I always assume, I feel like a lot of authors use the same narrator unless they write a bunch of different perspectives and they want them all to have their own voices. Up to page 183 of Great Big Beautiful Life. Looking forward to continuing to read it this evening during our Sunday bank holiday weekend. Nice. Good. I like this. Tomorrow times 3. I'm 85% in, and I think it will be a 5-star. I love the audio narrator. She's amazing. Okay, good to know. I have an hour, but I might turn on flight mode just in case. Yes, for sure. for sure. I want to read all her books. Gabrielle's Story Life of AJ Fikry was so good. That was a book club book for my Florida book club. And I think it was the first one that we all just like loved. And like we all just came to book club and we're just ready to like gush about how much we loved it. I'm trying to think, has she written anything else? I don't actually know. Oh my gosh, yes. She's written. Okay. She wrote a book called Elsewhere, which the other book I read called Elsewhere, I loved. So good sign. Then we have Young Jane Young, Margaret Town. Wow. She's written a lot more than I thought she has. Yeah, I would be curious to explore her backlog. That would be fun to try. I'd be up for an editing live tomorrow, just saying, I just might do that. It would probably only be maybe like 2 or 3 sprints instead of 4 like we're doing today. But I think that would be good for me. And I think it's honestly needed. I've been very overwhelmed by the video I've been editing. And I feel like that makes me not want to like pick it up, which is what I do for this anyways. Oh, hi, Michael. Any chance you could say the new prompt? Absolutely. I just got done with what I was doing and I'm heading home. Yeah, actually, if I hide comments, it's just to read it in a book on your stack by an author you've never read before. So I think quite a few of us had a lot of options. Um, I had 6 options on my stack for authors that I hadn't read yet. And I think that was very similar for most people. So, pretty open. And then I used a random number generator from there because I didn't want to make any decisions today. I didn't feel like it. But glad to have you joining us. I'm also up for another live tomorrow. It's been so cool in New England. I'm keeping indoors. Nice. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Let's do it. Let's meet again tomorrow. We'll just do like regular reading sprints and I'll probably do some editing. I might do some reading just because I really do want to read The Will of the Many. Also, I have a feeling that wherever I get to today I'm going to like be really excited about finishing because I'm almost the first part, because I think it's broken into like 3 parts or something. And when the first part ended, it was like I wanted to keep reading so badly, and I'm about to reach the end of part 2. So I have a feeling. Oh, I'm really enjoying my cat book. I did not enjoy a Japanese book for a while. This book is my first in years. My last one was a Sayaka Murata. Is that the author of Earthlings? Because if so, I would totally understand that. Very unique writing style. I'm looking it up. Yes, she was Earthlings. Oh, I'm so proud of myself for remembering that. Oh, and Convenience Store Woman. That one I did want to read. Oh, she's got another one coming out this year. Vanishing World. But Earthlings was I can't even explain how I felt about Earthlings. But definitely intrigued enough to continue reading from her. A Bank Holiday Monday read along would be great. Yeah, right? Sorry for censor yourself, Klaus. I might do O Pioneers by Willa Cather. Nice. Okay, good. Yay. I'm glad everybody's on board with this. I wasn't sure. But I guess for those of you in the UK, it would probably be like after standard work hours anyways. And for those in the US, you probably also have the day off. Oh, great. Oh, Pioneers is really good. So you're in good company, Michael. Yeah, I feel like that's good. And then I'll do at least one sprint of editing. See, I'm already switching it to where I just get to read The Will of the Many. Oh, I really liked Convenience Store Women, but DNF'd Earthlings. Yeah, there was a moment that I considered DNFing Earthlings too. And I think that I could have. Like, I don't think that I really like got anything out of the end of it. But I do really want to read Convenience Store Women. So I'm happy to hear that you liked that, even though you didn't like Earthlings. But the rest ones I DNF so fast. Books like The Coffee Gets Cold. Are you saying that you like books like The Coffee Gets Cold, or that books like The Coffee Gets Cold? Or what is it? Before The Coffee Gets Cold. Yeah, I might go ahead and schedule that sprint when we start the next. Schedule that live when we start the next sprint, just so I don't forget. Because this is going to be our last sprint for today. For those of you that have read Before the Coffee Gets Cold and then continued into the other books in the series, have you liked it? Because Before the Coffee Gets Cold felt so complete to me. And like, I want to read the other ones, but I just haven't. And I'm having a hard time convincing myself that I should buy them and read them. Okay, but I think we'll go ahead and get into the next sprint. Okay. Good. Thank you, Michael. Didn't really need to continue. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling about it. And I liked it a lot, and it's been years since I've read it at this point. And I always just kind of assumed that I would continue it. But like, I don't, I don't know. I don't know. Like, if I found it in like a little library or something, if I found one of the other books, I would probably grab it and read it. But I don't know that I would go out of my way to buy it and read it. But it is still technically on my series tracker. So I used to like the Before the Coffee Gets Cold series, but I felt like the first 3 books was enough. Yeah, I'm surprised by how many there are. Although I don't think they were released that closely together in Japanese, but then they were translated very closely just because the first one did so well, which makes sense. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Thank you for your opinions. All right. We'll go ahead and get started on our last sprint for the day. But I will be scheduling another one for tomorrow if you want to join. All right. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, that's the end of our last sprint. It ended at like, I'm finally getting the answer to something that we've been curious about for a bit in the book. So I'm definitely gonna have to finish this chapter after we end here. I've also got Klaus again, because now it's actually very close to his lunchtime. But how was that for everybody? Amelia, how far are you in your book? I'm very invested in your finishing this before the library, or I guess close to the library return, because, airplane mode. I think there are 5 books out in English now. I read the first 4 ones. Not sure if I'll continue. Maybe I just need a long break from it. But yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I mean, even with just the first one, like I just don't feel the need to like read them quickly. And so maybe that's fine. Maybe it'll just be like, if I happen to find it in a used bookstore or something like that. 20% left to read. This will definitely be one of my nonfiction books of the year. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm going to have to, when the loan comes back up from the library, I'm going to have to read that one. Oh, but what page did I make it to? 80 something. 86. So a pretty good amount. How long is this book total? 444. Not bad. Okay. And the Storygraph challenge is updated. Yay. Read up to page 220 in Great Big Beautiful Life. Thanks for today's relaxing read along. Good. I'm glad that you liked it. Yeah, I feel like it's a great way to start off the week too. Just getting back into reading. I'm back into my book of the month pick, The Bombshell. I have not heard of that. Is it Darrow Farr? A young woman's radicalization sparks a widespread movement and media frenzy in this explosive novel of youthful passion, political awakening, and first love by an extraordinary new talent. Ooh. Okay, you're going to have to keep us updated on that one. Yes, you're welcome. See you tomorrow. Yeah, and I scheduled it. I pasted the link in the chat, but obviously it's just on my page. You're welcome. Over 160 pages in. Nice. It's fun. It looks fun. It looks like a fun one. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you think. Alrighty. Well, I will see hopefully most of you tomorrow. And hopefully I'll get some editing done and maybe some reading of The Will of the Many done. All right. Bye, everyone.